Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us into the heart of an ancient Celtic tale. Before we begin, my friend, like and subscribe, so you'll always be ready for your next sleepy quest. It helps my tales reach more wanderers who seek a touch of magic in their dreams. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. The pursuit of Dermat and Grania. On a certain day, Finn, the son of Cumhaill, rose at early morn in Allen of the broad hill slopes, and going forth, sat him down on the green lawn before the palace, without companion or attendant. And two of his people followed him, namely, Oisin his son, and Daring the son of Doba O'Baskin. Oisin spoke to him and asked, "Why, O king, hast thou come forth so early?" "'Cause enough have I indeed," replied Finn, "for I am without a wife since Manissa, the daughter of Garad of the Black Knee, died. And who can enjoy sweet sleep when his life is lonely like mine, with no wife to comfort and cheer him? This, my friends, is the cause of my early rising." And Oisin said, "Why should you be without a wife if you desire one? For there is not, within the sea circle of green Erin, a maiden that we will not bring you, either by consent or by force, if you only turn the light of your eyes on her." Then Daring spoke and said, "I know where there is a maiden, who in all respects is worthy to be thy wife." And when Finn asked who she was, Daring replied, "The maiden is Grania, daughter of King Cormac, the son of Art, the son of Con the 100 fighter, the most beautiful, the best instructed, and the most discreet in speech and manner of all the maidens of Erin." "There has been strife between me and Cormac for a long time," said Finn, "and it may happen that he will not give me his daughter in marriage. But go ye to Tara in my name, you and Oisin, and ask the maiden for me. If the king should refuse, so let it be. But I can better bear a refusal to you than to myself." "We will go," said Oisin, "but it is better that no man know of our journey till we return." So the two heroes took leave of Finn and went their way, and nothing is told of what befell them till they reached Tara. It chanced that the king was at this time holding a meeting, and the chiefs and great nobles of Tara were assembled round him. And when the two warriors arrived, they were welcomed, and the meeting was put off for that day. For the king felt sure that it was on some business of weight they had come. After they had eaten and drunk, the king, sending away all others from his presence, bade the two chiefs tell their errand. So Oisin told him they had come to seek his daughter Grania in marriage for Finn, the son of Cumhaill. Then the king said, "In all Erin there is scarce a young prince or noble who has not sought my daughter in marriage, and she has refused them all. And it is on me that the ill feeling and reproach caused by her refusals have fallen, for she has ever made me the bearer of her answers. Wherefore now you shall come to my daughter's presence, and I will not mention the matter to her till she give you an answer from her own lips. So shall I be blameless if she refuse." So they went to the apartments of the women at the sunny side of the palace, and when they had entered the princess's chamber, the king sat with her on the couch and said, "Here, my daughter, are two of the people of Finn, the son of Cumhaill, who have come to ask thee as a wife for him." And Grania, giving indeed not much thought to the matter, answered, I know not whether he is worthy to be thy son-in-law, but if he be, why should he not be a fitting husband for me? The two messengers were satisfied with this answer, and retired, and Cormac made a feast for them, and they ate and drank and made merry with the chiefs and nobles of the palace. After which the king bade them tell Finn to come at the end of a fortnight to claim his bride. So the two heroes returned to Alan, and told how they had fared in their quest. And as all things come at last to an end, so this fortnight wore slowly away, and at the end of the time, Finn, having collected round him the chief men of the 7 standing battalions of the Fena, to be his guard, marched to Tara. The king received him with great honour, and welcomed the Fena, and they were feasted with the nobles of Erin in the great banquet hall of Mikorta. And the king sat on his throne to enjoy the feast with his guests, having Finn on his right hand, and on his left the queen, Etta, the daughter of Atan of Corca. And Grania sat next the queen, her mother, on the left, and all the others sat according to their rank and patrimony. Chapter 2. Dermat O'Dina secretly espouses the Princess Grania. Now, while the feast went on, it chanced that Dara of the poems, one of Finn's druids, sat near Grania, and he recited for her many lays about the deeds of her forefathers, after which a pleasant conversation arose between them. And when they had talked for some time, she asked him, What means all this feasting? And why has Finn come with his people on this visit to my father the king? Dara was surprised at this question, and answered, If thou dost not know, it is hard for me to know. And Grania answered, I wish indeed to learn from you what has brought Finn to Tara. It is strange to hear thee ask this question, said the druid. Knowest thou not that he has come to claim thee for his wife? Grania was silent for a long time after hearing this, and again she spoke. If indeed Finn had sought me for his son Oisin, or for the youthful Oscar, there would be nothing to wonder at. But I marvel much that he seeks me for himself, seeing that he is older than my father. Then Grania meditated in silence, and after a time she said to the druid, This is a goodly company, but I know not one among them, except only Oisin, the son of Finn. Tell me now, who is that warrior on the right of Oisin? That knightly warrior, answered the druid, is Gaul MacMorna, the terrible in battle. Who is the youthful champion to the right of Gaul? Asked Grania. That is Oscar, the son of Oisin, said the druid. Who is the graceful and active-looking chief sitting next Oscar? Asked the princess. That is Kilter Mac Ronan the swift-footed, said the druid. Next to Kilter Mac Ronan sits a champion with fair, freckled skin, raven black curls, a gentle, handsome, manly countenance, and soft voice. Pray, who is he? That is Dermat O'Dina of the bright face, the favourite of maidens, and beloved of all the Fena for his high-mindedness, his bravery, and his generous disposition. Who is he sitting at Dermot's shoulder? Asked Grania. That is Daring, the son of Doba O'Baskin, replied the druid, a valiant champion, and also a druid and a man of science. Then Grania called her handmaid and said to her, bring me the large jewelled gold-chased drinking horn that lies in my chamber." The handmaid brought the drinking horn, and Grania, having filled it to the brim, said, "Take it now to Finn from me, and tell him that I desire him to drink from it." The handmaiden did so, and Finn took a full draught. He passed the drinking horn to the king, and the king drank, and after him the queen. Then again Grania bade the handmaid bring it to Carberry of the Liffey, the king's son, and she ceased not till all she wished to drink had drunk from the gold-chased horn. And after a little time, those who had drunk fell into a deep sleep, like the sleep of death. Then the princess rose from her seat, and walking softly across the hall, sat down near Dermat O'Dina, and with downcast eyes and low voice she said, "Wilt thou, Dermat, return my love if I give it to thee?" Dermat heard her at first with amazement and alarm. Then for a moment, even before he was aware, his heart leapt with joy. But when he bethought him of his duty to his chief, he hardened his mind and answered with cold looks and words, "The maiden who is betrothed to Finn I will not love, and even if I were so minded, I dare not." And with eyes still cast down, Grania said, "I know well it is thy duty, and not thy heart, that prompts thee to speak so. Thou seest how it is with me, and I am forced to speak more boldly than a maiden should. Finn has come to ask me for his wife, but he is an old man, even older than my father, and I love him not. But I love thee, Dermat, and I beseech thee to save me from this hateful marriage. And lest thou think that my love for thee is only a passing fancy, hear now what befell. Of a day when a hurling match was played on the green of Tara, between MacLuga and the Faena on the one side, and Carberry of the Liffey and the men of Tara on the other, I sat high up at the window of my sunny chamber to see the game. Thou didst remain sitten with some others that day, not meaning to take part in the play. But at last, when the game began to go against thy friends, I saw thee start up, and snatching the hurlet from the man nearest to thee, thou didst rush into the thick of the crowd, and before sitting down, thou didst win the goal 3 times on the men of Tara. At that hour my eyes and my heart were turned to thee, and well I knew thee today in this banquet hall, though I knew not thy name till the Druid told me. At that same hour too I gave thee my love, what I never gave, and never will give, to any other." Then was Dermat sore troubled. He strove with himself, but strove in vain, for he could not help loving the princess with his whole heart. Yet none the less did he hide his thoughts, for his duty to his chief prevailed, and with looks and words cold and stern he replied, "I marvel greatly that thou hast not given thy love to Finn, who deserves it much better than any other man alive. And still more do I marvel that thou hast lighted on me beyond all the princes and nobles of Tara. For truly there is not one among them less worthy of thy love than I. But that thou shouldst be my wife, by no means can this be. For even were I to consent, there is not in Erin a fastness or a wilderness, however strong or remote, that could shelter us from Finn's vengeance." Then Grania said, "I read thy thoughts, and I know thou art striving against what thy heart prompts. And now, O Dermat, I place thee under Geasa, and under the bonds of heavy druidical spells, bonds that true heroes never break through. that thou take me for thy wife before Finn and the others awaken from their sleep, and save me from this hateful marriage." And Dermat, still unyielding, replied, "Evil are those gazer thou hast put on me, and evil, I fear, will come of them. But dost thou not know, Princess, that whenever Finn sleeps at Tara, it is one of his privileges to have in his own keeping the keys of the great gates, so that even if we so willed it, we should not be able to leave the fortress. There is a wicket gate leading out from my apartments," said Grania, "and through that we shall pass forth." "That I cannot do," answered Dermat, "for it is one of my gazer never to enter a king's mansion, or leave it by a wicket gate." And Grania answered, "I have heard it said that every true champion, who has been instructed in all the feats that a warrior should learn, can bound over the highest rampart of a fort by means of the handles of his spears. And well I know that thou art the most accomplished champion among the Fena. I will now pass out through the wicket gate, and even if thou dost not follow, I will fly alone from Tara." And so she went forth from the banquet hall. Then Dermat, much doubting how to act, spoke to his friends and asked counsel of them. And first he addressed Oisin, the son of Finn, and asked him how he should deal with the heavy geser-bonds that had been laid on him by the princess, and what he should do in the case. "You are blameless in regard to these bonds," answered Oisin, "and I counsel you to follow Grania, but guard yourself well against the wiles of Finn." "O dear friend Oscar," spoke Dermat again, "what think you is best for me to do, seeing that these heavy gazer-bonds have been put on me?" "I say you should follow Grania," answered Oscar, "for he, indeed, is but a pitiful champion who fears to keep his bonds." "What counsel do you give me, Kilter?" said Dermat to Kilter Mac Ronan. "I say," answered Kilter, "that I would gladly give the world's wealth that the princess had given me her love, and I counsel you to follow her." Last of all, Dermat spoke to Daring, the son of Dobar o Baskin, and said, "Give me your judgment in this hard matter, friend Daring." And Daring answered, "If you espouse Grania, I foresee that your death will come of it, which grieves me even to think of. But even so, I counsel you to follow the princess rather than break through your gazer." And Dermat, doubting even still, asked for the last time, "Is this, my friends, the counsel you all give?" And they all answered, "Yes," as with the voice of one man. Then Dermat arose and put on his armour and his helmet, and he took his shield and his 2 heavy spears and his sword, and with tears he bade farewell to his dear companions, for well he knew that 'twould be long before they should meet again, and he foresaw trouble and danger. Then he went forth to where the steep side of the inner mound overlooked the outer rampart, and placing his 2 spears point downwards, and leaning on them after the manner of skilful champions, with 2 light airy bounds, he cleared rampart and ditch, and measured the length of his 2 feet on the level green outside. And there the princess met him, and he said to her, with voice and manner still distant and stern, "Evil will certainly come of this espousal, O princess, both to thee and to me. Far better would it be for thee to choose Finn and to pass me by, for now we shall wander without home or rest, fleeing from his wrath. Return then, princess, Return even now through the wicket gate, for the sleepers have not yet awakened, and Finn shall never learn what has happened. But Grania, gentle and sad indeed, but quite unmoved, replied, I will never return, and until death takes me, I will not part from thee. Then at last Dermat yielded and strove no longer, and putting off his sternness of manner and voice, he spoke gently to the princess and said, I will hide my thoughts from thee no more, Grania. I will be thy husband, all unworthy of thee as I am, and I will guard thee and defend thee to the death from Finn and his hirelings. And they plighted their faith and vowed solemn vows to be faithful to each other as man and wife forever. Then Grania showed Dermat the fenced meadow where her father's horses grazed, and bade him yoke 2 horses to a chariot. And when he had done so, he and Grania sat in the chariot and travelled with all speed westward till they reached Athluan. And when they had come to the ford, Dermat said, Finn will doubtless pursue us, and it will be all the easier for him to follow our track that we have the horses. And Grania answered, As we are now so far from Tara, we may leave the chariot and horses here, and I will fare on foot henceforward. So they alighted from the chariot, and Dermat, leading one of the horses across, left them both some distance above the ford, one at each side of the river. And he took up Grania in his strong arms, and brought her tenderly across the ford, so that not even the sole of her foot or the skirt of her mantle was wetted. Then they walked against the stream for a mile, and turned southwest, till they reached the wood of the 2 tents. In the midst of the wood, where it was thickest, Dermat lopped off branches and wove a hut, where they rested, and he brought Grania the wild animals of the wood to eat, and gave her the water of a clear spring to drink. As to Finn, the son of Cumhaill, I will now tell what befell him. When the king and his guests arose from their sleep at early dawn next morning, they found Dermat and Grania gone, and a burning jealousy seized on Finn, and his rage was so great that for a time all his strength left him. Then he sent for his tracking men, namely the clan Navin, and he commanded them forthwith to follow the track of Dermat and Grania. This they did with much ease as far as Athluan, while Finn and the others followed after. But when they had come to the ford, they lost the track, whereupon Finn, being now indeed easily kindled to wrath, told them that unless they took up the track again speedily, he would hang every man of the clan Navin on the edge of the ford. So the trackers, being sore afraid, searched upwards against the stream, and found the 2 horses where they had been left, one on each side of the river. And going on a mile further, they came to the spot where Dermat and Grania had turned from the river, and there they lighted on the southwest track, Finn and the Faena still following. And when the clan Navin had pointed out to Finn the direction of the track, he said, Well, do I know now where we shall find Dermat and Grania? For of a certainty they have hidden themselves in the wood of the 2 tents. Now it chanced that Oisin and Oscar and Kilter and Daring were present when Finn spoke these words, and they were troubled, for they loved Dermat, and going aside, they held counsel among themselves, and Oisin spoke. There is much likelihood, friends, that Finn speaks truth, for he is far-seeing, and judges not hastily. It is needful, therefore, that we send Dermat warning, lest he be taken unawares. My counsel is that you, Oscar, find out Finn's hound, Bran, and tell him to go to the wood of the 2 tents with a warning to Dermat. For Bran does not love his own master Finn better than he loves Dermat. So Oscar called Bran secretly and told him what he should do. Bran listened with sagacious eye and ears erect, and understood Oscar's words quite well. Then, running back to the rear of the host, so that Finn might not see him, he followed the track without once losing it, till he arrived at the wood of the 2 tents. There he found Dermat and Grania asleep in their hut, and he put his head into Dermat's bosom. Dermat started up from his sleep, and seeing Bran, he awakened Grania, and said, "Here is Bran, Finn's hound. He has come to warn me that Finn himself is near." And Grania trembled and said, "Let us take the warning then, and fly." But Dermat answered, "I will not leave this hut, for however long we fly, we cannot escape from Finn, and it is not worse to fall into his hands now than at any other time. Howbeit, they shall not come into this fastness unless I permit them." Then great fear fell on Grania, but seeing Dermat gloomy and downcast, she urged the point no further. Again Oisin spoke to his 3 companions and said, "I fear me that Bran may not have been able to baffle Finn, or that some other mischance may have hindered him from finding Dermat. So we must needs send him another warning. Bring hither therefore Fergor, Kilter's errand man." And Kilter brought forward Fergor. Now this Fergor had a voice so loud that his shout was heard over the 3 nearest cantrids. So they caused him to give 3 shouts that Dermat might hear. And Dermat heard Fergor's shouts, and awakening Grania from her sleep, said to her, "I hear the shout of Fergor, Kilter's errand man, and he is with Kilter, and Kilter is with Finn, and I know that my friends have sent me this warning as a sign that Finn himself is coming." And again Grania trembled and said, "Let us take this warning and fly." But Dermat answered, "I will not fly, and we shall not leave this wood till Finn and the Faena overtake us. Howbeit, none shall come into this fastness unless I permit them." And Grania was in great fear. But this time Dermat looked gloomy and stern, and she pressed the matter no further. Now as to Finn, he and the others went forward till they reached the wood of the 2 tents, and he sent forward the clan Navin to make search, who went, and having made their way to the thickest part of the wood, they came to a fence which they could not cross. For Dermat had cleared a space round his hut, and surrounded it with a fence that no man could pierce, with 7 narrow doors of strong poles woven with saplings, to face 7 different parts of the wood. Then the clan Navin climbed up to a high tree branch, and looked over the fence, and they saw Dermat with a lady. And when they had returned, Finn asked them if Dermat and Grania were in the wood, and they answered, "Dermat indeed is there, and we saw a lady with him, but whether she be Grania or not we cannot tell, for we know not the princess." "May ill luck attend Dermat, and all his friends for his sake," said Finn. "I know he is in this wood, and he shall never leave it till he give me quittance for the injury he has done me." And Oisin said, "Certain it is that you, Finn, are blinded by jealousy, else you would never think that Dermat would await you on this plain, with no stronger fastness to shelter him from your wrath than the wood of the 2 tents. To which Finn, being angry, replied, Your words will profit you nothing, Oisin. Neither will your friendship for Dermat avail him aught. Well I knew, indeed, when I heard Fergor's 3 shouts, that it was ye who caused him to shout, as a warning signal to Dermat. And I know also that ye sent my dog Bran to him with another warning. But these warnings will not avail you, for he shall never leave this wood till he pay me such eric as I seek for the injury he has done me. Then Oscar spoke and said, Surely, Finn, it is mere folly to believe that Dermat would wait here for you, knowing, as he does, that you seek his head. As Oscar spoke these words, they arrived at the fence, and Finn answered, Who then, think you, has cleared the wood in this manner, and fenced the space with this strong, sheltering enclosure, and fitted it with these narrow doors? But indeed, added he, I will find out the truth of the matter in another way. So, raising his voice a little, he called out, Tell us now, Dermat, which of us is telling truth, Oscar or I? And Dermat, who would not hide when called on, answered from within, You never erred in your judgment, O king. Grania and I are here, but none shall come in unless I permit them. Then Finn placed his men around the enclosure, a company at each narrow door, and he said to each company, If Dermat tries to escape by this door, seize him and keep him securely for me. Now when Grania saw these preparations and overheard Finn's words, she was overcome with fear and wept and trembled very much. And Dermat had pity on his wife and comforted her, and he kissed her 3 times, bidding her be of good cheer, for that all would be well with them yet. And when Finn saw this, for he stood with some others viewing the hut from a mound at a little way off, a flame of burning jealousy went through his heart, and he said, Now of a certainty Dermat shall not escape from me, and I shall have his head for all these injuries. Now Angus of Brugga, the wisest and most skilled in magic arts of all the Dedanan race, was Dermat's foster father, for he had reared him from childhood and had taught him all the arts and accomplishments of a champion. And he loved him even as a father loves his only son. And it was revealed to Angus that Dermat was in deadly strait, so he arose and travelled on the wings of the cool east wind. Neither did he halt till he reached the wood of the 2 tents. And he passed into the hut without being perceived by Finn and his men. And when Dermat saw the old man, his heart leaped with joy. Angus greeted Dermat and Grania, and said, What is this thing thou hast done, my son? And Dermat answered, The Princess Grania, daughter of the king of Tara, asked me to take her for my wife, putting heavy gesabons on me, and I did so, and we fled from her father's house. And Finn, the son of Cumhaill, has pursued us with intent to kill me, for he sought the princess to wife for himself. And Angus said, Come now, children, under my mantle, one under each border, and I will bring you both away from this place without the knowledge of Finn. But Dermat answered, Take Grania, but for me, I will not go with you. However, I will leave this place, and if I am alive I will follow you. But if they slay me, send the princess to her father, and tell him to treat her neither better nor worse, on account of taking me for her husband. Then Dermat kissed Grania, and bade her be of good cheer, for that he feared not his foes. And Angus placed her under his mantle, and telling Dermat whither to follow, went forth from the enclosure without the knowledge of Finn and the Fainer. They turned south then, and nothing is told of what befell them, till they came to the wood of the two Sallows, which is now called Limerick. Now as to Dermat. After Angus and Grania had left him, he girded on his armour, and took his sharp weapons in his hands, and he stood up tall and straight like a pillar, meditating in silence for a space. Then he went to one of the 7 narrow doors, and asked who was outside. No enemy of thine is here, but Oisin and Oscar, with the men of the clan Baskin. Come out to us, and no one will dare to harm thee. I must needs find the door where Finn himself keeps guard, answered Dermat, so I will not go out to you. He went to the 2nd narrow door, and asked who was there. Kilter Mac Ronan, with the clan Ronan around him. Come out at this door, and we will fight to the death for thy sake. I will not go out to you, answered Dermat, for I do not wish to bring Finn's anger on you for treating me with kindness. He went to another narrow door, and asked who was there. Conan of the Grey Rushes and the clan Mourner. We are no friends to Finn, but thee we all love. Come out to us then, and no one will dare to harm thee. Of a certainty I will not go out at this door, answered Dermat, for well I know that Finn would rather see you all dead than that I should escape. He went to another narrow door, and asked who was there. A friend and a dear comrade of thine is here, Quan, the chief of the Munster Fainer, and his Munster men with him. Thou and we come from the same territory, and if need be, we will give our lives in fight for thy sake. I will not go out to you, said Dermat, for it would bring Finn's sure displeasure on you to act kindly towards me. He went to another narrow door, and asked who was there. Finn, the son of Glaw of the Loud Voice, chief of the Fainer of Ulster, and the Ulster men around him. Thou and we come not from the same territory, but we all love thee, Dermat, and now come forth to us, and who will dare to wound or harm thee? I will not go out to you, replied Dermat. You are a faithful friend of mine, and your father in like manner, and I do not wish you to earn the enmity of Finn on my account. He went to another narrow door, and asked who was there. No friend of thine. Here stand the clan Navan watching for thee, namely Aed the Lesser, and Aed the Tall, and Gunnar the Wounder, and Gothan the Loud-Voiced, and Quan the Tracker, with all their men. We bear thee no love, and if thou come out at this door, we shall make thee a mark for our swords and spears. And Dermat answered, Lying and mean-faced dogs, it is not fear of you that keeps me from going forth at this door, but I do not wish to defile my spear with the blood of your shoeless, tracking vagabonds. And he went to another narrow door, and asked who was there. Finn, the son of Cumhaill, the son of Art, the son of Trenmore O'Baskin, and with him the Leinster Fainer. No love awaits thee here, and if thou come forth we will cleave thee, flesh and bones. The door I have sought I have found at last, cried Dermat, for the door where thou, Finn, standest, that, of a certainty, is the very door by which I shall pass out. Then Finn charged his men, under pain of death, not to let Dermat pass. But Dermat, watching an unguarded place, rose by means of his 2 spears with a light, airy bound over the fence, and alighted on the clear space outside, and running swiftly forward, was in a moment beyond the reach of sword and spear. And so dismayed were they by his threatening look, that not a man attempted to follow him. Then, turning southward, he never halted till he came to the wood of the 2 sallows, where he found Angus and Grania in a warm hut, with a boar fixed on hazel spits, roasting before a great flaming fire. Dermat greeted them, and the spark of life all but leaped from Grania's heart with joy when she saw him. So he told them all that had befallen him, and they ate their meal and slept in peace that night, till the morning of next day filled the world with light. Then Angus arose with the dawn, and said to Dermat, "I will now depart, my son, but Finn will still pursue you, and I leave you this counsel to guide you when I am gone. Go not into a tree having only 1 trunk. Never enter a cave that has only 1 opening. Never land on an island of the sea that has only 1 channel of approach. Where you cook your food, there eat it not. Where you eat, sleep not there. And where you sleep tonight, sleep not there tomorrow night." So Angus bade them farewell, and they were sad after him. After Angus was gone, Dermat and Grania journeyed westward, keeping the Shannon on their right, till they reached the rough stream of the Champions, which is now called the Larne. They rested there, and Dermat killed a salmon with his spear, and fixed it on a hazel spit to broil on the near bank, and he crossed the river with Grania, to eat it on the further bank, as Angus had told him. And after they had eaten, they sought a sleeping place further west. They rose early next morning, and journeyed still west, till they reached the grey moor of Finlia. There they met a man of great size, noble in gait and feature, but with arms and armour not befitting his appearance. Dermat greeted him, and asked who he was, and he replied, "My name is Modan, and I am seeking a lord whom I may serve for pay." "If I take you into my service," asked Dermat, "what can you do for us?" "I will serve you by day and watch for you by night," answered Modan. Whereupon they entered into bonds of agreement with one another, Modan to serve by day and watch by night, and Dermat to pay him wages. Then the 3 went westward till they reached the river of Cara, and Modan lifted Dermat and Grania with the greatest ease, and bore them dry across the stream. From that further west to Behar, and Modan bore them over this stream in like manner. Here they found a cave, on the side of the hill over that part of the sea called Ton Toma, namely, the hill of Curakenamid. And Modan prepared a couch of soft rushes and birch tops in the innermost part of the cave, for Dermat and Grania. After this he went to the nearest wood and cut him a long, straight, quickened tree rod, and having put a hair and a hook on the rod, and a holly berry on the hook, he stood on the brink of the stream, and with 3 casts he hooked 3 salmon. Then he put the rod by for next day, and putting the hook and the hair under his girdle, he returned to Dermat and Grania, and he broiled the fish, and they ate their meal, Modan giving the largest salmon to Dermat, the second in size to Grania, and keeping the smallest for himself. After which Dermat and Grania went to sleep in the cave, and Modan kept watch and ward at the mouth, till morning arose with its abundant light. Dermat rose early and set out for the nearest high hill to look round the country, telling Grania to keep watch at the mouth of the cave while Modin slept. Having come to the top of the hill, he viewed the country all round to the 4 points of the sky, and after a little while he saw a fleet of black ships approaching from the west. When they had come near enough to the shore, a company of 9 nines landed at the very foot of the hill where Dermat stood. He went to them, and after greeting them, asked who they were and from what country they had come. "We are 3 sea champions from the Itian Sea, who are at the head of this troop," replied they, "and our names are Dukos, Finkos, and Trenkos, and we have come hither at the suit of Finn, the son of Cumhaill. For a certain chief named Dermat O'Dina has rebelled against him, and is now an outlaw, flying through the country from one fastness to another. And Finn has asked us to come with our fleet to watch the coast, while he himself watches inland, so that this marauder may no longer escape punishment. We hear, moreover, that this Dermat is valiant and dangerous to attack, and we have brought hither 3 venomous hounds to loose them on his track and send him to his hiding place. Fire cannot burn them, water cannot drown them, and weapons cannot wound them. And now tell us who thou art, and whether thou hast heard any tidings of this Dermat O'Dina." "I saw him indeed yesterday," answered Dermat. "I know him well too, and I counsel you to follow your quest warily, for if you meet with Dermat O'Dina, you will have no common man to deal with." Then he asked if they had got any wine in their ships. They replied that they had. So he asked that a tun might be brought, as he wished to drink, and he told them he would show them a champion feat after he had drunk. 2 men were accordingly sent on board for a tun of wine. When they had brought it, Dermat raised it in his arms and drank, and the others drank in like manner till the tun was empty. Then he said, "I will now show you a champion feat that Dermat O'Dina taught me, and I challenge any man among you to do it after me. And from this you may learn what manner of man you will have to deal with, should you have the ill luck to meet with Dermat himself." So saying, he brought the tun to the crest of the hill, and set it down at the edge of a steep cliff. Then, leaping up on it, he turned it cunningly aside from the cliff, and let it roll down the smooth slope of the hill till it reached the very bottom, while he himself remained standing on it the whole time. And 3 times did he do this while the strangers looked on. But they laughed, mocking him, and said, "Do you call that a champion feat indeed? Truly, you have never in your life seen a good champion feat." Thereupon one among them started up and brought the tun to the top of the hill, intending to do the same feat, and placing it on the edge of the cliff, he leaped up on it, and while he stood on it, Dermat pushed it with his foot to set it going. But the moment it moved, the man lost his balance, and while the tun went rolling down the face of the hill, he himself fell over the cliff, and was dashed to pieces on the sharp edges and points of the rocks. Another man tried the same thing, and he in like manner fell down and was killed among the rocks. And the end of the matter was, that before they would acknowledge themselves beaten, 50 of their men attempted the feat, and every man of the 50 fell over the cliff and was killed. So the others went on board their ships, gloomy and heartsore. Dermat returned to the cave, and Grania's heart was glad when she saw him. Modon went then, and putting the hair and the hook on the rod as before, he hooked 3 salmon, and he went back to the cave and broiled them on the hazel spits. And they ate their meal, and Modon kept watch and ward, while Dermat and Grania slept in the cave, till the pleasant morning filled the world with light. Dermat rose up with the dawn, and telling Grania to keep watch while Modon slept, he went to the same hill, and found the 3 sea champions with their men on the shore before him. He greeted them, and asked whether they wished for any more champion feats. But they answered that they would much rather he would give them some tidings of Dermat O'Dina. Whereupon he said, I have seen a man who saw him this very morning, and now I will show you a champion feat he taught me, in order that you may know what is before you, should you meet with Dermat O'Dina himself. When he had said this, he threw off helmet and tunic and armour, till only his shirt remained over his brawny shoulders, and taking the garboy, the spear of Manannán mac Lir, he fixed it firmly in the earth, standing point upwards. Then, walking back some little way, he ran towards the spear, and rising from the earth with a bird-like bound, he alighted softly on the very point, and again, leaping off it, he came to the ground on his feet without wound or hurt of any kind. Then arose one of the strange warriors and said, If you call that a champion feat, it is plain that you have never seen a good champion feat in your life. And so saying, he ran swiftly towards the spear and made a great bound, but he fell heavily on the sharp point, so that it pierced him through the heart, and he was taken down dead. Another man attempted the feat, and was killed in like manner, and before they ceased, 50 of their men were slain by Dermat's spear. Then they bade him draw his spear from the earth, saying that no more should try that feat, and they went on board their ships. So Dermat returned to the cave, and Modon hooked 3 salmon, and Dermat and Grania ate their meal and slept till morning, Modon keeping watch. Next morning, Dermat went to the hill, bringing 2 strong forked poles cut from the wood. He found the 3 sea champions with their men on the shore, and he greeted them and said, I have come today to show you a champion feat I learned from Dermat O'Dina, that you may know what to expect if you should meet with Dermat himself. He then fixed the pole standing firmly in the earth, and he placed the moralta, that is, the long sword of Angus of the Brugga, in the forks, edge upwards, the hilt on one, and the point on the other, binding it firmly with withes. Then, rising up with a bound, he alighted gently on the edge, and he walked cunningly 3 times from hilt to point, and from point to hilt, and then leaped lightly to the earth without wound or hurt. And he challenged the strangers to do that feat. Then one arose and said, There never yet was done a champion feat by a man of Erin, that one among us will not do likewise. And he leapt up, intending to alight on his feet, but he came down heavily on the sharp edge, so that the sword cut him clean in 2. Another tried the same, and was killed also. And they ceased not till as many were killed that day by Dermat's sword, as were killed on each of the 2 days before. When they were about to return to their ships, they asked him had he got any tidings of Dermat O'Dina, and he answered, I have seen him this day. I will now go to seek him, and methinks I shall bring him to you in the morning." Then he returned to the cave, and he and Grania ate their meal and slept that night, while Modin kept watch. Next morning, Dermat arose with the dawn, and this time he arrayed himself for battle. He put on his heavy armour. No man who wore it could be wounded through it, or above it, or beneath it. He hung the Maralta at his left hip, the sword of Angus of the Brugger, which never left anything for a second blow, and he took his two thick-handled spears, the Gaderg and the Gaboy, whose wounds no one ever recovered. Then he awakened Grania, telling her to keep watch till he returned, that Modin might sleep. And when she saw him so arrayed, she trembled with fear, for she well knew that this was his manner of preparing for battle. And she asked him what he meant to do today, and whether Finn's pursuers had found them. But he, to quiet her fears, put off the matter lightly, and said, "It is better to be prepared, lest the enemy come in my way." And this soothed her. So he went to the hill, and met the strangers on the shore as before. And they asked him had he any tidings to give them of Dermat O'Dina. He answered, "He is not very far off, for I have seen him just now." "Then," said they, "lead us to his hiding place, that we may bring his head to Finn the son of Cumhaill." "That would indeed be an ill way of repaying friendship," answered he. "Dermat O'Dina is my friend, and he is now under the protection of my valour, so of this be sure, I will do him no treachery." And they replied wrathfully, "If thou art a friend to Dermat O'Dina, thou art a foe to Finn. And now we will take thy head and bring it to him along with the head of Dermat." "You might indeed do that with much ease," answered Dermat, "if I were bound hand and foot. But being as I am free, I shall defend myself after my usual custom." Then he drew the Maralta from its sheath, and springing forward to meet them as they closed on him, he clove the body of the foremost in two with one blow. Then he rushed through them and under them and over them, like a wolf among sheep, or a hawk among sparrows, cleaving and slaughtering them, till only a few were left, who hardly escaped to their ships. After this Dermat returned to the cave without wound or hurt, and he and Grania ate and slept, and Modin watched till morning. Then he repaired to the hill, fully armed as before, and standing right over the ships, he struck his hollow-sounding shield with his spear for a challenge, till the whole shore and the surrounding hills re-echoed. And Doros straightway armed himself and came ashore to fight Dermat single-hand. Now Dermat by no means wished to slay his foe immediately, being, indeed, intent on worse punishment. So he closed with Doros, and the two champions, throwing aside their weapons, seized each other round the waist with their sinewy arms. Then they twisted and tugged and wrestled in deadly silence, and their swollen sinews strained and crackled, and the earth trembled beneath their feet, like two great writhing serpents, or like two raging lions, or like two savage bulls that strive and struggle to heave each other with horns interlocked. Thus did the heroes contend, till at last Dermat, heaving Doros on his shoulder, dashed him helpless and groaning to the ground, and instantly seizing him, he bound him in hard iron bonds. Fincos came next against Dermat, and after him Trencos, but he overcame them both, and bound them with like bonds, and then, Leaving the three writhing with pain, he said to them, "I would strike off your heads, but that I wish to prolong your torment, for none can release you from these bonds till you die." Dermat then returned to the cave, and he and Grania ate their meal and slept that night, Modan watching. In the morning, Dermat told Grania all that had happened from beginning to end, how 50 of the foreigners had been killed each day for the first 3 days, how he had slain a much greater number on the 4th day, and how he had overcome and bound the 3 sea champions in hard iron bonds. "I have left them bound on the hill," continued he, "instead of killing them, because I would rather their torment to be long than short, for there are only 4 men in Erin that can loosen the bonds I tie, that is to say, Oisin and Oscar and Macluga and Conan Mail, and I think no one of these will free them. Finn will doubtless hear of their state, and the news will sting him to the heart, but he will know that we are here, so we must now leave this cave to escape him, and also to escape the 3 venomous dogs." So they came forth from the cave, and travelled eastward till they came to the grey moor of Finlia. And whenever Grania was tired, or when they had to walk over rugged places, Modan lifted her tenderly and carried her, without ever being in the least tired himself. And so they journeyed, till they reached the broad, heathery slopes of Slivloffa, and they sat down to rest on the green bank of a stream that wound through the heart of the mountain. Now as to the sea strangers, those of them that were left alive landed from their ships, and coming to the hill, found their 3 chiefs bound tightly, hand and foot and neck, and they tried to loose them, but only made their bonds the tighter. While they were so engaged, they saw Finn's errand woman coming towards them, with the speed of a swallow, or of a weasel, or of the swift cold wind blowing over a mountainside. When she had come near, she greeted them, and seeing the bodies of the slain, she asked who it was that had made that fearful slaughter. "Tell us first," said they, "who art thou that makest this inquiry?" "I am Deirdre of the Black Mountain, the errand woman of Finn the son of Cumhaill," she replied, "and he has sent me hither to look for you." And they said, "We know not who made this slaughter, but we can tell thee his appearance, for that we know well. He was a tall warrior, with a fair, handsome, open countenance, and jet-black curly hair. He has been 3 days fighting against us, and what grieves us even more than the slaughter of our men is that our 3 chiefs lie here bound by him so firmly that we are not able to loose them from their bonds." "Alas, friends," said Deirdre, "you have sped but badly at the very beginning of your quest, for this man was Dermat O'Dina himself. And now loose your 3 venomous dogs on his track without delay, and I will return and send Finn to meet you." Then they brought forth the 3 hounds, and loosed them on the track of Dermat, and leaving one of their druids to attend to the 3 fettered chiefs, they followed the hounds till they came to the cave, where they found the soft rushy bed of Dermat and Grania. From that they fared east, and crossing the Cara and the grey moor of Finlia and the Larne, they reached at length the broad heathy Slivloffa. As Dermat sat by the mountain stream with Grania and Modan, looking westward, he saw the silken banners of the foreigners at a distance as they approached the hill. In front of all marched 3 warriors with mantles of green who held the 3 fierce hounds by 3 chains. And Dermat, when he saw the hounds, was filled with loathing and hatred of them. Then Modden lifted Grania and walked a mile with Dermat up the stream into the heart of the mountain. When the green-clad warriors saw them, they loosed one of the 3 hounds, and when Grania heard his hoarse yelps down the valley, she was in great dread. But Modden bade her not fear, for that he would deal with this hound. And then, turning round, he drew forth from beneath his girdle a small hound whelp, and placed it on the palm of his hand. There it stood till the great hound came up raging, with jaws wide open, when the little whelp leaped from Modden's hand down the dog's throat, and broke his heart, so that he fell dead. And after that the whelp leaped back again on Modden's hand, and Modden put him under his girdle. Then they walked another mile up the stream through the mountain, Modden bringing Grania. But the second hound was loosed, and soon overtook them, and Dermat said, "I will try the Garderg on this hound, for no spell can guard against the magic spear of Angus of the Brugga, and I have heard it said also that there is no charm that can shield the throat of an animal from being wounded." Then, while Modden and Grania stood to look, Dermat, putting his finger into the silken loop of the spear, threw a cast and drove the spearhead down the hound's throat, so that the entrails of the brute were scattered about. And Dermat, leaping forward, drew the spear and followed Modden and Grania. After they had walked yet another mile, the third hound was loosed, and Grania, seeing him coming on, said, trembling, "This is the fiercest of the 3, and I greatly fear him. Guard yourself, Dermat. Guard yourself well against this hound." Even while she spoke, the hound overtook them at the place called Dubin's Pillar Stone, and as they stood looking back at him, Dermat stepped in front of Grania to shield her. The hound rose with a great spring over Dermat's head to seize Grania, but Dermat grasped him by the 2 hind legs as he passed, and swinging him round, he struck his carcass against a rock and dashed out his brains. Then, putting his tapering finger into the silken string of the Garderg, he threw the spear at the foremost of the green-clad knights and slew him. He made another cast of the gaboy and brought down the second warrior, and drawing the Maralta, he sprang on the third and swept off his head. When the foreigners saw their leaders slain, they fled hither and thither in utter rout, and Dermat fell upon them with sword and spear, scattering and slaughtering them, so that there seemed no escape for them, unless indeed they could fly over the tops of the trees, or hide themselves under the earth, or dive beneath the water. And when Deirdre of the Black Mountain saw this havoc, she ran, panic-stricken and crazed with fright, off the field towards the hill where the 3 kings lay bound. Now as to Finn, tidings were brought to him of what happened to the 3 sea kings, and how they were lying bound in hard bonds on the hill over Tontoma. So he set out straightway from Allen, and travelled by the shortest ways till he reached the hill. And when he saw the 3 champions, he was grieved to the heart, for he knew of old that the iron fetters bound by Dermat slew by slow torment, and that none could loose them except Oisin, or Oscar, or Macluga, or Conan Mail. And Finn asked Oisin to loose the bonds and relieve the kings, I cannot do so, answered Oisin, for Dermat bound me under Geisa, never to loose any warrior that he should bind. He next asked Oscar, but the young warrior answered, None shall be released by me who seeks to harm Dermat O'Dina. Fain would I indeed put heavier bonds on them. And when he asked MacLuga and Conan, they refused in like manner. Now while they were speaking in this wise, they saw the errand woman, Deirdre of the Black Mountain, running towards them, breathless and with failing steps, and her eyes starting from the sockets with terror. And Finn asked her what tidings she had brought. Tidings indeed, O king, tidings of grievous mishap and woe. Whereupon she told him all that she had seen, how Dermat O'Dina had killed the 3 fierce hounds, and had made a slaughter of the foreigners. And hardly indeed, she cried, hardly have I myself got off scathless with the news. The 3 kings, hearing this, and being worn out with the straitness and torment of their bonds, died at the same moment, and Finn caused them to be buried in 3 wide graves, and flagstones were placed over them with their names graved in Ogham, and their funeral rites were performed. Then, with heart full of grief and gall, Finn marched northwards with his men to Allen of the green hill slopes. Now touching Dermat and Grania, they travelled eastward from Slive Lofer, through High Connell Gavra, keeping the Shannon on their left, till they reached the wood of the 2 sallow trees, which is now called Limerick. Here they rested, and Dermat killed a wild deer, and they ate of its flesh, and drank pure spring water, and slept that night. Next morning Modden bade them farewell, and left them. And Dermat and Grania were sad after him, for he was very gentle, and had served them faithfully. On that same day they departed from the wood of the 2 sallows, and nothing is related of what befell them, till they arrived at the forest of Doros, in the district of High Ficra of the Moy, which was at that time guarded by Sharvan the Surly of Lochlan. Now this is the history of Sharvan the Surly of Lochlan. On a certain occasion, a game of hurley was played by the Dedannans against the Fena, on the plain beside the lake of Lane of the Crooked Teeth. They played for 3 days and 3 nights, neither side being able to win a single goal from the other during the whole time. And when the Dedannans found that they could not overcome the Feni, they suddenly withdrew from the contest and departed from the lake, journeying in a body northwards. The Dedannans had for food during the game, and for their journey afterwards, crimson nuts and arbutus apples and scarlet quickened berries, which they had brought from the land of promise. These fruits were gifted with many secret virtues, and the Dedannans were careful that neither apple nor nut nor berry should touch the soil of Erin. But as they passed through the wood of Doros, in High Ficra of the Moy, one of the scarlet quickened berries dropped on the earth, and the Dedannans passed on, not heeding. From this berry a great quicken tree sprang up, which had the virtues of the quicken trees that grow in fairyland, for its berries had the taste of honey, and those who ate of them felt a cheerful flow of spirits, as if they had drunk of wine or old mead. And if a man were even 100 years old, he returned to the age of 30, as soon as he had eaten 3 of them. Now when the Dedannans heard of this tree, and knew of its many virtues, they would not that anyone should eat of the berries but themselves. And they sent a fomor of their own people to guard it, namely Sharvan the Surly of Lochlan, so that no man dared even to approach it. For this Sharvan was a giant of the race of the wicked Cain, burly and strong, with heavy bones, large, thick nose, crooked teeth, and one broad red fiery eye in the middle of his black forehead. And he had a great club tied by a chain to an iron girdle which was round his body. He was, moreover, so skilled in magic that fire could not burn him, water could not drown him, and weapons could not wound him. And there was no way to kill him but by giving him 3 blows of his own club. By day he sat at the foot of the tree, watching, and at night he slept in a hut he had made for himself, high up among the branches. Into this land Dermat came, knowing well that he should be safe there from the pursuit of Finn. For Sharvan did not let any of the Faena hunt in High Ficra, and neither they nor any others dared to come near the great wood of Doros, for dread of the giant, so that the land around the quickened tree for many miles was a wilderness. Dermat, leaving Grania behind in safe shelter, went boldly to the giant, where he sat at the foot of the tree, and told him he wished to live amidst the woods of High Ficra, and chase its wild animals for food. Whereupon the giant, bending his red eye on him, told him, in words few and surly, that he might live and hunt where he pleased, as long as he did not take and eat the berries of the quickened tree. So Dermat built him a hunting booth near a spring, in the thick of the forest of Doros, and clearing a space all round, fenced it with strong stakes interwoven with tough withes, leaving one narrow door well barred and secured. And they lived in peace for a time, eating the flesh of the wild animals of Doros, which Dermat brought down each day in the chase, and drinking the water of the well. Now let us speak of Finn, the son of Cumhaill. One day, soon after his return to Allen, as he and his household troops were on the exercise green before the palace, a company of 50 horsemen were seen approaching from the east, led by 2 taller and nobler looking than the others. Having come near, they bowed low and greeted the king, and when he asked them who they were and from whence they had come, they answered, "We are enemies of thine, who now desire to make peace, and our names are Angus, the son of Art MacMorna, and Aed, the son of Andala MacMorna. Our fathers were present at the battle of Nocha, aiding those who fought against thy father Cumhaill when he was slain, for which thou didst afterwards slay them both, and didst outlaw us, their sons, though indeed we were blameless in the matter, seeing that we were not born till after the death of Cumhaill. However, we have come now to ask this boon of thee, that thou make peace with us, and give us the places our fathers held in the ranks of the Faena." "I will grant your request," answered Finn, "provided you pay me Eric for the death of my father." "We would indeed pay thee Eric willingly if we could," answered they, "but we have neither gold, nor silver, nor cattle, nor wealth of any kind to give." And then Oisin spoke and said, "Ask them not for Eric, O king. Surely the death of their fathers should be Eric enough." But Finn replied, "Of a truth I think, Oisin, that if anyone should slay me, it would not be hard to satisfy you in the matter of an Eric. But indeed, none of those who fought at Nocha against my father, and none of their sons, shall ever get peace from me, or join the Faena, without such Eric as I demand." Then Angus, one of the 2, asked, "What eric dost thou require, O king?" "I ask only one or the other of two things," answered Finn, "namely, the head of a warrior, or the full of my hand of the berries of a quickened tree." "I will give you counsel, ye sons of Morna, that will stand you in good stead, if you follow it," said Oisin, addressing the two strange chiefs. "And my counsel is that you return to the place from whence you came, and seek this peace no longer. Know that the head the king seeks from you is the head of Dermat O'Dina, the most dangerous of all the Fenna to meddle with, who is well able to defend himself, even if you were 20 times as many as you are, and who will certainly take your heads if you attempt to take his. Know also that the berries Finn seeks from you are the berries of the quickened tree of Doros, and it is hard to say if this be not a more perilous quest than the other, for the quickened tree belongs to the Dedanans, who have sent Sharvan, the surly giant of Lochlin, to guard it day and night. But the two chiefs, unmoved by what they had heard from Oisin, said that they would rather perish in seeking out the eric than return to their mother's country. So leaving their people in the care of Oisin, they set out on their quest. They travelled through the wood of the two sallows, and from that to Doros of the Moy, where they found the track of Dermat and Grania, and followed it till they came to the hunting booth. Dermat heard their voices and footsteps outside, and snatching up his weapons, went to the door and asked who was there. "We are Aed, the son of Andala MacMorna, and Angus, the son of Art MacMorna," they replied. "We have come hither from Alan of Leinster to get either the head of Dermat O'Dina or a handful of the berries of the quickened tree of Doros. For Finn, the son of Cumhaill, has demanded of us that we bring him either the one or the other as an eric for the killing of his father." Dermat laughed when he heard this and said, "Truly, this is not pleasant news for me to hear, for I am Dermat O'Dina. But however, friends, I am not willing to give you my head, and you will find it no easy matter to take it. And as for the berries, these are quite as hard to get, for you will have to fight the surly giant Sharvan, who cannot be burned with fire or drowned with water or wounded with weapons. But woe to the man who falls under the power of Finn, the son of Cumhaill. And you have come, methinks, on a bootless quest. For even if you should be able to bring him either of the two things he asks for, he will not grant you the place or the rank ye seek after all." "And now," asked Dermat, "which of the two do ye wish to strive for first, my head or the quickened berries?" And they answered, "We will do battle with thee first." So Dermat opened the door, and they made ready for the combat. Now this is the manner in which they agreed to fight: to throw aside their weapons, and to use the strength of their hands alone. And if the sons of Morna were able to overcome Dermat, they should take his head to Finn. But if, on the other hand, they were overpowered and bound by Dermat, their heads should be in like manner forfeit to him. But the fight was indeed a short one, for these two chiefs were even as children in Dermat's hands, and he bound them in close and bitter bonds. Now, when Grania heard of the berries of the quickened tree, she was seized with a longing desire to taste them. At first she strove against it and was silent, knowing the danger, but now she was not able to hide it any longer, and she told Dermat that she should certainly die if she did not get some of the berries to eat. This troubled Dermat, for he did not wish to quarrel with the giant Sharvan, but seeing that harm might come to Grania if she did not get the berries, he told her he would go and get some for her, either by good will or by force. When the sons of Morna heard this, they said, "Loose these bonds, and we will go with thee and help thee to fight the giant." But Dermat answered, "Not much help indeed could ye give me, as I think, for the mere sight of this giant would be enough to unman you. But even were it otherwise, I would not seek your help, for if I fight at all, I shall fight unaided." And they said, "Even so, let us go. Our lives are now forfeit to thee, but grant us this request before we die, to let us see thee fight this giant." And he consented to this. So Dermat went straightway to the quickened tree, followed by the two sons of Morna, and he found the giant lying asleep at the foot of the tree. He dealt him a heavy blow to awaken him, and the giant, raising his head, glared at him with his great red eye and said, "There has been peace between us hitherto. Do you now wish for strife?" "I seek not strife," answered Dermat, "but the Princess Grania, my wife, the daughter of King Cormac Mac Art, longs to taste of these quickened berries, and if she does not get them, she will die. This is why I have come, and now I pray you give me a few of the berries for the princess." But the giant answered, "I swear that if the princess and her child were now dying, and that one of my berries would save them, I would not give it." Then Dermat said, "I do not wish to deal unfairly with you, and I have accordingly awakened you from your sleep and made my request openly, wishing for peace. But now understand that before I leave this spot, I will have some of these quickened berries, whether you will or no." When the giant heard this, he rose up, and seizing his club, dealt Dermat 3 great blows, which the hero had much ado to ward off. Nor did he escape without some hurt, even though his shield was tough and his arm strong. But now, watching narrowly, and seeing that the giant expected to be attacked with sword and spear, he suddenly threw down his weapons and sprang upon him. Taking him unguarded, he threw his arms round his body, and heaving him with his shoulder, hurled him with mighty shock to the earth. And then, seizing the heavy club, he dealt him 3 blows, dashing out his brains with the last. Dermat sat down to rest, weary and breathless, and the sons of Morna, having witnessed the fight from beginning to end, came forth rejoiced when they saw the giant slain. Dermat told them to drag the body into the wood and bury it out of sight, lest Grania might see it and be affrighted. And when they had done so, he sent them for the princess. When she had come, Dermat said to her, "Behold the quickened berries, Grania. Take now and eat." But she answered, "I will eat no berries except those that are plucked by the hands of my husband." So Dermat stood up and plucked the berries, and Grania ate till she was satisfied. And he also plucked some for the sons of Morna, and said, "Take these berries now, friends, as much as you please, and pay your eric to Finn, and you may, if you are so minded, tell him that it was you who slew Sharvan the Surly of Lachlan." They answered, "We will bring to Finn as much as he demanded." one handful and no more, and we grudge even so much." Then they thanked Dermat very much, for he had given them the berries, what they should never have been able to get for themselves. And though their lives were forfeit to him, he had not so much as mentioned the matter, but had allowed them to return freely. And after bidding Dermat and Grania farewell, they went their ways. After that, Dermat left his hunting booth, and he and Grania lived thenceforth in Sharvan's hut among the branches. And they found the berries on the top of the tree the most delicious of all, those on the lower branches being as it were bitter in comparison. When the sons of Morna reached Allen, Finn asked them how they had fared, and whether they had brought him the eric, and they answered, "Sharvan, the surly giant of Lochlin, is slain, and here we have brought thee the berries of the quickened tree of Doros, as eric for the death of thy father, Cumhaill, that we may have peace from thee, and be placed in our due rank among the Fena." Finn took the berries and knew them, and he smelled them 3 times, and said, "These indeed are the berries of the quickened tree of Doros, but they have passed through the hands of Dermat O'Dina, for I smell his touch, and sure I am that it was Dermat, and not you, who slew Sharvan, the surly giant. It shall profit you nothing, indeed, to have brought me these berries, neither will you get from me the peace you seek, nor your place among the Fena, till you pay me fair eric for my father's death. For you have gotten the berries not by your own strength, and you have, besides, made peace with my enemy. And now I shall go to the wood of Doros, to learn if Dermat abides near the quickened tree." After this he gathered together the choice men of the 7 battalions of the Fena, and marched with them to Doros of High Fikra. They followed Dermat's track to the foot of the quickened tree, and found the berries without anyone to guard them, and they ate of them as much as they pleased. Now it was noon when they had come to the tree, and the sun shone hot, and Finn said, "We shall rest under this tree till evening come, and the heat pass away. For well I know that Dermat O'Dina is on the tree among the branches." And Oisin said, "Truly, your mind must be blinded by jealousy, if you think that Dermat O'Dina has waited for you on that tree, since he knows well that you seek his head.